Good evening, and I have a special Lego stream tonight.
Good evening.
It's been a little while since we have. It's been a little while since we have done any of the Lego Mario sets in my build queue, so I figured let's do one tonight. I have the Dry Bowser Castle, which is one of the boss battle sets for Lego Mario. And actually, I got a few more of the Lego Mario boss sets as well in the queue, as well as the other things that I've been telling you have been in the queue for a few months. But, I like to jump around between different Lego themes and do a variety of different Lego sets. So let's. This box is actually not sealed because I had to check the contents when I received it. I'll show you why. As you can see, it's a big box, so big I can't even get the whole thing on camera. I have this awkward position on the desk. You can see the front, and then on the back you can see all these play features, which we will explore the play features as we go along. There's this set comes with 4 enemies and a purple toad. Purple is one of the less common toad characters. I think I have like 2 of them. It comes with a Bone Goomba, Bone Piranha Plant, a Magmar, and of course Dry Bowser. Dry Bowser being the skeletal version of Bowser. You can see I've already opened the box. So yeah, here's a last look at the back of the box. I can't get the picture any closer because of how big the box is. You can see how badly beat up the box is. And you can see I've already opened the box and taken everything out. I've never actually shown you the inside of an empty Lego box. So here you go. The reason I pre-opened this one is because you can see it was badly beat up on arrival. It didn't match the eBay pictures at all. The eBay pictures showed a relatively clean box, and the tape work on the end of the box was extremely suspicious. It looked like it had been retaped. So I went ahead when I went ahead in preparation for the stream, opened it up to see what was inside, and the contents look legitimate, and I was able to match them against the pictures of the instructions. In the instructions, so I went through to the page where it shows what each bag is supposed to make, and I was able to match up the bags. So it looks like the contents are all legitimate, and it was just a badly damaged box that was opened and needed to be retaped. But everything looks like it's there. Everything looks intact and legitimate. So we'll go ahead and get started with this build. I'm not gonna pull the camera up right now, but you can't see behind me, but I have all the stuff laid out behind me already. It came with this quick start guide. Lego Mario sets that came out before 2024 did not actually have instructions. You have to go online or into the app to get the instructions. So I have the quick start guides. They were packed with quick start guides that show you how to use the figures. Let's pull up the instructions and go ahead and get into this. You can see it comes with a brick separator. Let's go ahead and pull out bag 1. And you can see from this page showing what every bag does. Then bag 1, we're just doing the Bone Goomba. Bag 1's going to take us like a minute. And then in bag 2 and 3, we're going to build the side towers. 4 and 5 are going to give us more characters. 6 and 7 are going to give us some of the play features. And then bags 8 through 12 are the main body of the castle. It also came with this unnumbered bag here that has bigger pieces that are going to be called for later. So let's go ahead and get this open. And you can see in the bag, this set has its own brick separator. We'll bring out Mario and Luigi so that they're ready to try out the interactions as we build them. It's been a while since we've done Lego Mario, so maybe I'll bring out Peach later depending on how we feel. There's no sticker sheet because Lego Mario sets up to 24 did not have stickers. Although this year, the Lego Mario sets, starting with the Mario Kart wave in January, did start to have stickers. So let's go ahead and start putting our Goomba together, our Bone Goomba together. And Bone Goombas, being a Goomba variant, are just a standard one-hit enemy. There's some new Lego Mario sets coming out in August that I'll have to add into my build queue as well, including our first ever appearance of Wario in Lego form. And just like that, we have our Bone Goomba already done. This is just the beginning of this encounter, though. So the Bone Goomba is a standard one-hit, one-coin enemy. We'll just set him here, and you'll notice that this brick separator is the teal one. They don't put those in a lot of sets. Usually it's the orange one. So that's a nice surprise. So it looks like we need to open the bag of big parts and pull pieces as I called for, because it looks like bag 2 is going to take 2 of these big giant rock pieces. Bag 2 and bag 3 being substantial builds, we'll have to take the towers off when we go to build the other stuff and then put them back on at the end. Let's get bag 2 itself. So yeah, if you get Lego from a third party and it doesn't look like the pictures on the eBay listing, and your box is beat up and it looks like it's been retaped, and the listing says new sealed, or it doesn't look like the pictures, always check your contents. But this time it looks like we dodged the bullet, so that's good at least. Something just yeeted onto the floor. Ugh. Got it. One of the reasons I like the Lego Mario theme so much, even though I was never really into Lego during my, even though I was never really into Mario during my gaming times, I enjoyed a few of the games, but I was never good at them, and so I didn't really play them much. But when one of the reasons I really got into the Lego version is because of the tabletop gaming system that it is. So Dry Bowser's castle is set in the lava world. I do have some lava world sets that I haven't built yet. I was actually planning to do a stream during the heat wave last week where we were going to commemorate the heat wave with the lava world sets, which were thematically appropriate because they represent such a hot place. But our internet was barely working because of the heat wave, so I ended up not doing that. But if we have another hot day that isn't a full-on heat wave, I'll probably pick that day to do the my lava world sets. Okay. Sometimes during Lego streams, I stop talking so I can concentrate on what the build is doing. We want to get things correct the first time so we don't have mistakes that require us to spend a lot of time backtracking. We've had that on a number of recent streams, and I really don't like when that happens. So sometimes I like to stop talking and focus on what I'm doing. But Lego's a process. It's cool watching as you add each piece as it comes together, bits at a time. Okay, I need to do another one of those little bits. Now it's been a couple months since I did anything for my Lego Mario queue. We may bring Peach out at the end. Maybe. We'll see how I feel. Thematically, she's not really relevant to this encounter, I don't think. Alright, how is this lining up? Like that, okay. So we have these big rocks forming, these big rock pieces forming the back end of, but I didn't put that in correctly. Did I forget the little plate? I think I did. So let's see, these two are gonna connect at the back like that. So I need that parallel with that. Is that how it's supposed to go, maybe? Let's see how this lines up. Yeah, all right, those are lining up appropriately. I don't know why this piece is not securing on, though. Okay, this piece went straight on. This other piece... Alright, there we go. Yeah, it's connected. We're good. Let's keep putting on some of this lava detail around the base of the tower. Okay, that looks correct. And I know that the camera, a lot of what I'm doing is behind the camera right now. I need to be able to see what I'm doing. So a lot of the action is faced away from you right now. Or that's just the way it is with Lego streams. I need to be able to see what I'm doing. Oh, that's cool. Oh, there's a little lava fall structure. Like a waterfall, but lava instead of water. That's what that looks like. Our little lava fall there. Pretty cool attention to detail right there. Let's keep building up on this rock face here. Sorry, I had the build going on behind the instructions there. I'm going to try to avoid doing that. But this space can go behind the instructions right now because we have a sub-assembly to put together. Interesting. One of my favorite parts of the week is my weekend Lego time when I can do the big sets because I can't really do big sets during the week. Sometimes when I have extra budget, I'll do smaller Lego sets during the week. Sometimes I get a Lego set to do off stream, away from the pressures of having and extra work of setting up stream. And I've got a backlog. My last 6 or 7 streams I do not have up on the YouTube yet because I've fallen behind because I like to put them up in order of when I did them. And there's one episode from when the connection was really bad and it's like a 4.5 hour stream and I want to review that episode before I put it up. But because I like to put my episodes up in order, it means that until I get 4.5 hours, I can just sit and watch that video and review it for quality purposes. No other episodes can be posted on the YouTube. Once I get that one up, though, I'll have everything else up in pretty quick succession, hopefully. There's like 6 or 7 affected streams at this point, including 2 other Lego streams. 3, actually. So right now we're building what looks like the tower top. It looks like the tower top is going to have an action feature because it's got this little moving plate that we just put on this axle here. And that's going to get a tile as well. So this section will go on top of this section. How does this lining up? Like this, I think. Yeah, that looks even. That was not supposed to happen. Clearly, I didn't have it pressed on all the way. So let's see. This is actually the second bone Goomba in my collection. One of these starter sets came with a bone Goomba. I think it was the Luigi set. I think that's where it's telling me to put it. Yeah. Interesting. Based on this parts pile, we're almost done with bag 2, and then bag 3 is going to be the tower for the other side. So we're going to do some similar stuff over there, and then we'll be able to work on. Yeah, this is one of the this is by piece count. I think this is the biggest of all the Lego Mario sets. I could be mistaken on that, but it might be based on piece count. I will look it up later. No, that'll take too much time. If it's not the biggest in piece count in the Lego Mario series, it's pretty close to. I can tell the castle as a whole is probably going to take up the whole table. We may have to do some creative placement like we've had to do with some of the other big Lego Mario sets for the for the exit scene. There's lots of these little spiky detailing bits around the edges, which is cool. It goes with the Bowser theme, or the dry Bowser theme, I should say. This goes across like that. And then we get this big roof piece finally. And this goes onto here like this. So we have our first tower section. We have our first tower section done. I like the way it looks. We'll set that off screen. And we will get out bag 3. And bag 3 will be another section of tower. We need 2 more of the big rock pieces. And of course a piece just went off the table. I saw it go off though, so it should be easy to find it. I actually don't see it down here. Oh, there I do. All right, let's get right into building this section. Starting with this piece. So I have a feeling that this bag is going to be similar to the last bag. Although from the picture it looked like there were some key differences as well. Still not sure what the point of that moving tile is on the other tower. I guess we'll find out when we're putting the whole cat set together at the end. I'm watching our connection status like a hawk because we have continued to have ongoing network issues. But for now, it's running fine. I don't want to jinx it though, so I'm going to stop talking about it. If you ever want to really upset a Lego Star Wars, a Lego fan, if you ever really want to upset a Lego fan mid-build, sort their pieces by color. Now, if you're playing with Lego for fun, you do not want to sort by color. That's probably the worst way to sort. If you're a long-time Lego user, you'll understand what I mean by that. So, because so many Star Wars ships are like monocolor, some of those sets can be a little rough to build if it's a ship that doesn't have, decorations and stuff. A lot of themes don't have that problem. You can get away with having a few different colors in your color scheme. That goes there. So this side is going to have an identical lava fall. I'm not going to show it because I showed it for the other side. They're built the same way. I just want to maintain efficiency because this is a big build. I don't want this to be another 6-hour stream like we had a couple weeks ago. I don't think I got 6 hours in me. Although the piece count is also comparable to the stream last week, which we got done in about 4.5. So we'll see how it goes. That one there. We need another one. And then we need to do those. I do like this spiky motif around the towers. It gives the castle a menacing look. I do have one really special Lego Star Wars stream coming up in a couple weeks. I'm celebrating an important personal anniversary that day. And there's a retired Lego Star Wars ship that I feel is perfect for that. So we'll be look forward to that in a few weeks. They also just revealed the August wave of Lego. So I'll be getting the 6 new Speed Champions cars. There's some new Mario sets coming out, like I said, including the first appearance of Wario. And the August Star Wars wave includes a ship that I've been wanting for a long time, so that'll be entering my fleet by the end of summer as well. And there's a new Toothless the Dragon that just came out. I'll definitely be getting that. All right. This one also has the moving tile, but unlike the other side, this side looks like it has one of the interactive Mario scan tiles on it. It'd be interesting to see how this feature is meant to be played. But I need... The axle does not appear to be in my parts pile, which is a problem. There's nothing still in the bags, I don't think. seem to be missing a piece from my parts pile. It doesn't appear to be under anything. Okay, looks like it's time for a floor dive. Okay, it's a black piece, so it should stand out against my floor. There it is. It rolled under the table, the desk. Of course, I'm going to bump the camera by doing that. All right, let's get right back to it then. That's my computer telling me my external hard drives have rebooted themselves. Probably because I moved things around and bumped the connections. No biggie. So this little moving platform has a scan tile. Let's see if I can figure this out. It's an icon of what looks like a piranha plant. So I'm guessing this tower is where the bone piranha plant's going to go. Let's see if there. That's what that scan tile looks like. I'm not going to, because we don't see how the interaction as a whole is set up yet, I'm not going to jump on that tile at this time and make guesses on what it does. We're just going to wait and see how the set develops. So far, this build is pretty much the same as the other one, but I think it's going to diverge in a bit because the picture didn't look the same. And this piece pile is definitely not the same. At least not exactly. It's similar. The middle part at least is the same. Oh, I'm behind the camera. I'm sorry. Not the camera, the instructions. What am I saying? The inclusion of the bricks is a nice detail. Brick is what I call those bricks with the brick shapes molded into them. That was a satisfying click. Interesting. So we've got the hinges going on two different layers here, which is interesting. So we have two different layers of hinges going on here. Not sure what that's meant to be for yet. But I guess we'll find out as the castle comes together. We're just under the 1 hour mark of stream. I think we're making good progress considering the size of the set. In the next bag or two, we'll probably be taking our first break because I'm getting thirsty. But I think I can go at least one more bag after this before that becomes a problem. Okay, we're almost done with this bag. Just gotta finish the tower detail. Okay. This goes on here like this. That'll go on there. And then we get this big section of tower here. The tower roof is a nice piece. It's used in a different color in some of the Peach's Castle sets, I think. So bag 4. So I'm going to take the tower. We finished this side of the tower. I'm going to take this tower and set it aside. And now we're going to bring out bag 4. I think bag 4 is some of the character builds. So there's 2 distinct color schemes going on here. So I think this bag represents 2 of the character builds. The inset picture, I think we're building the piranha plant first. It's Sunday night, and I haven't... So I'm not sure if there will be anyone to raid when we finish, but we've got a long way to go before we have to think about that. So I'm not thinking about that. Hopefully we'll be able to raid someone, because the last couple streams, there wasn't anyone on when I finished. Well, one night it was just simply too late to raid out, but... So yeah, I'm recognizing some of the structure. This is the piranha plant. This is the piranha plant, or the dry piranha plant that we're starting with. This is I think the only set that has a dry piranha plant in it. I might be mistaken. I'm not going to take the time to look that up now. But the regular piranha plant is such a classic and iconic Mario enemy. There's some really nice builds in general across the Lego Mario line. Yeah, I think we're coming up on the hour mark of stream, so I think we're gonna take our first break when I finish this bag. I don't like leaving bags unfinished, so. Maybe the next bag. Let's see how I feel. Here, I need to move that tower. It's in the way of my view of the screen. There, that's better. I probably should have built the other lava world sets first, given that this is the boss of the lava world, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, so now when we attach these two halves together, we have the iconic piranha plant shape. And now we just gotta make a little floral base for it. Okay, that's a cool version of the piranha plant. And skeletal colors. I like it. So it doesn't have us attaching it to anything just yet. So here's our dry piranha plant. It's not going to stand on its own, so I'll just lay it down like this so he can sit with the other characters. But yeah, this is a really nice little build here. And I like the color scheme. It's a nice change from the regular piranha plant color scheme. Alright. Moving on, we have another build going on here. This is going to be the lava creature. I think it's called a magmarg. If I wasn't getting over being sick yesterday, I probably would just say, hey, let's marathon the whole lava world and go in and do the other sets when we finish this one. But There is no way that's happening tonight. So the non-boss lava sets are just going to be another stream. Okay. Yeah, we're going to take a break after this bag. I need it. I need to stretch. This little build's doing interesting things, and I don't really recognize it yet. Okay. So it's looks like this is one of the Mario enemies that they include an action feature with. So we'll see how this whole thing works shortly once I finish putting them together. But yeah, this is definitely the Magmarg. Let me see which way. Yeah, I pointed the eyes correctly. We're good to go. This creature's got an interesting look. There is another interactive tile here, but this one is just the coin icon. So this monster probably doesn't have specialized interaction. Well, he does. He's going to have this action feature. But so it looks like you're supposed to fold him up over the coin like this. So here's the Magmar. It looks like Mario's supposed to... It looks like he's supposed to cover the coin like this, and then when Mario tries to jump on the coin box, it knocks him over. Something like that. Of course, we'll have to see how this looks in the context of being part of the castle. But yeah, he flops around a bit. I can't really display him or the piranha plant acceptably. There, it looks like he's taking a nap next to the piranha plant. And bag 5, according to the inset picture, is going to be Dry Bowser himself. So we are going to preset for bag 5. I'm not going to open the bag yet, though. And you know what? Let me give you something to look at while I go on my quick break. We'll bring the castle towers back out. All right, things are ready to go. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. Big Boss Man himself is next. And then we will have 4 of the 5 characters for this set built. We still have the main superstructure of the castle. That's, I think, going to take quite a few bags to do. So we've got a long way to go still. But let's take a quick break. Let's stretch. Never underestimate the importance of a good stretch during a long stream. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, I'm back. Let's get ready for bag 5, dry Bowser himself. Um, there's also a dry version of the Koopa that for some reason isn't in the set. I have that in another set. I forget which set it was. Regular Bowser was actually the first Lego Mario figure that I ever put together. And yeah, there were several characters in that first Lego Mario stream, but the first set I did was the Bowser car, so regular Bowser was the first Lego Mario character that I put together. And I just knocked a piece off of the other build, so give me a moment to fix that real quick, and then we'll get going here. It's supposed to stick out like that. Yes. Okay. All right. It might be distracting to have Magmar and the Piranha Plant out, given that they can't stand. So, yeah, I think I'm just going to take them off. One more little look at Piranha Plant, and one more little look at Magmar. And I'm just going to take them off for now. Bag 5. So Bowser himself has been in a couple sets. I only have the one because the other two sets he's in, I'm on the fence about getting sets that I feel are redundant because I have so much of the Lego Mario already. But if I want to be completionist with Lego Mario, I'll have to get those redundant sets eventually. But for now, I just have the one regular Bowser, and now I'm going to have dry Bowser as well. In terms of piece count, Bowser and dry Bowser are the character model that have the biggest number of pieces for a Mario character build. This whole bag is just him, and you can see how big this parts pile is. One of the classic shell bases. We'll be using that later. I'll set that aside because it's so big. Let's get right into this build because we'll be on this guy for a little while. All right. Okay. Interesting. I'm guessing this is part of his tail. Oh, and we've got the beginnings of the belly texture going on now. Lots of Lego stuff coming down the pipeline the next few months, hopefully, if my budget situation can resolve itself. The work site slowed way down unexpectedly the last few weeks, so I haven't been able to add to the build queue the stuff I was planning to. And then when I saw those announcements for August, I decided to revise the plan for what I was going to add to the queue that's not already in the queue. So still want to get the there is one set that's in the mail system right now coming to me. That's for for a special Lego Star Wars stream coming up in a few weeks. If I had planned this a little better, I would have pulled out the other Bowser so we could see the two next to each other. But the other Bowser's in a box in the other room right now, so I don't know if I can get to him. If he's in the box I think he's in, I might be able to grab him on the next break, but I think it's more trouble than it's worth. Let's just enjoy the figures for tonight. And let each set be its own thing. I probably will pull the other one out and do a photo of the two of them side by side, though. In terms of complex character builds, there was also a supersized Koopa. There was Donkey Kong, who actually has a second version now. They're a little bit different internally, but Donkey Kong had his original appearance in the Donkey Kong subwave of Lego Mario, but then he appeared again in the Mario Kart wave. So Donkey Kong's appeared twice. Regular Bowser, I think, has appeared 3 times. And then we have the Stride Bowser, who's appeared once. There's a few other really complex characters. Flippers, I think, is so big that he's basically attached to his scenery because he's big and he has his motion. Contour is kind of big for a character, but he's not that complex a build. There's been a lot of cool character builds across the Mario line. This build is doing some interesting shaping things, but it's all in the name of detail. It's going to look really awesome when it all comes together. Structurally, it's starting to take shape. So there's our body so far. And then we have a little bit of an assembly we have to put together. Usually the head is the last thing to be put on, so I'm not sure why we're not finishing the... Oh, I know why we're not finishing the body first, because the head goes... yeah, with a... yeah, I think I see how this is all going to go. I got confused for a moment, but... yeah. But, I lost what I was talking about. That's alright. I'm going to stop talking for a while and focus on the build. So it looks like we're doing his head now. And then we'll be able to put the finishing details across his body. Okay. How is this supposed to go? Oh. Like that. Yeah, he's coming together. Okay, and then we have a printed tile for the teeth. I think that's supposed to be his teeth. And then we have the spooky printed tile with his eyes. Oh, that's some cool shaping for the face there. I'm liking the way this is coming together. He looks good. Once I finish the head assembly, I'll show you before I attach him. But the shaping's really good here. So here's the head assembly. And you can see in the instructions, we're going to put a little bit of a crest over that rod sticking out of his head. But lots of nice detail in the shaping and stuff. So let's go ahead and attach this. Let's attach the head to the body. He looks a bit more like Dry Bowser now, but we still have a long way to go. He doesn't have arms yet. He doesn't have his shell yet. But before we get into the arms and the shell, looks like we're starting with the his little hairpiece. Or the equivalent of a hairpiece, I guess. I don't think it's actually hair. Well, maybe. I don't really know. The decoration atop his head, we'll just call it that. Okay, so now we need to build up the big shell piece. So I'm going to build all 4 of these little sections and then I will attach them all. It'll be more efficient. So now we will attach all these little spikes. Which will fill in the shape of the shell. And he does get a boss scan tile. Let's see. Let's just do a quick little experiment here. Things went wonky there. Let me try that again. So, Dry Bowser is going to be a 10 jump. He requires 10 hits to defeat. That's what the completed shell looks like. And this will attach on to Dry Bowser's back on these clips that we put over his tail like this. So now he's coming together nicely. He still needs arms though. So there's his first arm. Picture's not clear. Let me see if I oriented all that correctly. Yeah, matching orientation with the other arm. We're good. Oh yeah, this is a really nice looking figure. So here's our dry Bowser completed. Very awesome and intense looking. Very fitting for a boss fight. We still got a long way to go. And we're going to be hitting the 2-hour mark shortly. So let's get bag 6 out and keep going. He's huge compared with the other Lego Mario characters. Except the figures, of course. They're designed to be bigger than the enemies, but most enemies, that is. You know what? Let's put him over here so he's, yeah. He's so big and bulky you can't even get a good camera angle on him, but he's there. Bag 6 doesn't have a lot in it. Shouldn't take too long. So this, whatever action feature this is going to involve a turntable. There's a tile. What does the tile look like? This tile has what looks to be a weightlifting icon on it. Okay, so looks like it's actually going to be a punching bag. Interesting inclusion for a boss castle. This must be where Dry Bowser does his workouts. Oh, I see. You have to put this piece in first, and then it will attach to the other piece. So, on that tile, Mario plays music and punching sounds. Let's keep going. I think it's meant to be a little training facility for Bowser, but he's a little too big to stand there. But look, he can go on just fine, and he's actually big enough. He actually punches the bag on the turntable. Of course, he has no electronics, so he doesn't come with the sound effects. This one's going to have another tile on it. Looks like the same tile. Okay, we're already almost done with bag 6, which I knew would be quick because there wasn't much in it. So it looks like we're building a weightlifter's bar now. And it looks like the tile's the same as the punching bag. So I'll have to see how this one is meant to work. Okay. So let me get these out of here.
Lego Luigi time. Go, go, go. Yahoo! Bye bye.
Same deal as the punching bag. You put the figure there, you move them up and down, and they earn coins while weightlifting. Let's take these builds aside so that we can open bag 7. It looks like bag 7 is going to be... We need 2 of these big tower pieces. Okay. Let's get bag 7 out. Yeah, this is 7. And it looks like bag 7 is going to start with our purple toad. There's some weird gunky stuff on the outside of this bag, but I don't think it's relevant to the actual Lego inside. It might be the same weird paint stuff that's staining the outside parts of the outside of the box. I have countless toads by now. I've lost count of the number of toads, but purple is still a relatively rare color for the character. I probably have a whole city worth of toads in various colors. Bag 7 also doesn't have too much in it, so we should be moving through this bag pretty quickly once we finish Toad. We're not even at the halfway point of the instructions yet, nor have we started the main structure of the castle. We have the two side towers, though. Those are ready to go. And this Toad has a surprised or scared look. Makes sense, given that he's in the enemy castle. Quite a few villain locations in Lego Mario have a hostage Toad. This is my first time ever seeing this piece. It reminds me of the Imperial logo from Star Wars. Considering we're in a bad guy castle, um, thematically it works. All the characters for the set are built now. Okay, there's a tile. This tile has an exclamation icon on it. That's what this tile looks like. But until I build this up some more, I'm not going to try and figure it out. Okay, so I have to build 5 of the... So it looks like we're building a cage. And I need to build 5 of these bar sections. It'll be more efficient if I just build them all and then attach them all. We're at the 2-hour mark of stream. But that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't matter. I just like to keep metrics. We're at more than halfway through the bag count at this point. Less than halfway through the instructions. It'd be interesting to see how long it takes to build the main part of the structure. Okay, I need 1 more of those cage bars and then we can attach them all. that's together. And now we're putting on the top of the cage. I think the idea is Toad's supposed to stand in there, and Mario or Luigi is supposed to come along and rescue him. Okay. Is this not supposed to have a front? Doesn't look like the cage has a front. Okay, and that looks like we're building this little crane assembly. So here's the cage that we just built. It does have an open front. That's an oversight on part of the villains, unless that closes up later. But for now, it looks like we have a big crane assembly to do here. The crane itself is on a turntable base. Okay, yeah, this is going together quickly, which is a good thing. And there's another action scan tile that we're about to put on. Again, I'm not going to try it out or anything. not till the thing is together. But this one has a gear icon. Interesting. So this is supposed to attach to the top of the tower. So let's try and line up these pinholes so I can, there we go. It's attached. And already it's not sitting still. So yeah, there's kind of a counterweight action going on here. I'm not sure how this whole thing is meant to be actuated just yet. We'll play around with it in a little bit once the construction is done. We'll just figure out how to use this assembly. So this crane chip will go onto the Technic assembly like that, and then hang down. This thing's totally off balance. It's not going to stand on its own. Oh, we came off the base, that's why. On the base, this thing has no problem standing on its own. Little top heavy, though, it feels. Alright, before we get into the main assembly, let's just see if we can figure out driving this crane. Oh, I put the crane. I put these on the wrong bits. I put these on the wrong pin tips. Let me adjust the crane to where it's supposed to be. I was wondering why I had pins sticking out. Okay. Alright, so that's how the crane is supposed to be. You can push it up like that to hold it up. So you hang the cage onto the tip of the crane like this. And then you put Toad into the cage. And then Mario comes along, or Luigi, or Peach, and he'll come and turn the crane, and maybe, and he'll knock Toad out, so Toad can jump out of the cage. I don't think I'm doing this right. Maybe the instructions will shed some light on it. Let me look at the box real quick. So yeah, the instructions don't the play features on the back of the box don't really show how to release the cage. But if you pull this down, the cage lands and Toad can walk out safely. And then once Toad walks out safely, Mario can come in and scan the tile for coins. So once Toad is released from the cage, Mario can scan the tile for coins. In the meantime, and then this red bar is for securing the cage in the up position. And then you can release the cage down so Toad can walk out safely. If Mario spins enough, he should be able to knock that control off. Anyway, let's go ahead and pull out bag 8. And bag 8 is going to use the remainder of the pieces from the big baggie. So we have these tower pieces as well. So the rest of the build at this point is going to be the main section of the castle. All the characters are done at this point, so it should, and the rest of the build is the main build, so it should go pretty smoothly from here. Alright, I need to find a little tiny 1x1 amidst the sea of bigger pieces. There it is. So it looks like we're starting with the lava work at the base of the castle. Here's one of those big 6x6 tiles. These are pretty rare in the Lego world. Interesting. And now we put in these pins that'll give these columns some stability. Okay. Okay, now let's stabilize these two towers. Wow, this thing is massive. And it's only barely skeletal right now. Okay, yeah, so structurally, we're getting a nice framework going. And I guess the rest of the bags are just going to add on to this framework until it looks like a nice castle. Scary, spooky, creepy lava castle. Yeah, there's nothing nice about this castle. Where's the other bracket piece? That bracket does not appear to be in my parts pile. But it's not in the bag. I didn't see anything fall when I emptied out this bag. There it is. It had gone behind Dry Bowser. We're putting in some more foundational bits. This is probably so that the whole castle rests even against the ground, which is a very important for a Lego set structurally, that the whole base be steady against the surface, the table surface. We have a lot of these macaroni shaped pieces. I think they represent various pipes in the castle work. Interesting. Why isn't that going together all the way? There it goes. There it goes. Interesting. So it basically has us doing an oversized chain link. It'd be interesting to see how that plays into castle design. Because this is totally strange and unusual and unexpected. And in Lego, when you see unexpected, that's actually kind of refreshing. Alright. I need to get this loop to, to straighten out, and there it goes. So we hang this from here. And this hangs down over here. And then this one connects to this chain here. And secures in like that. Okay, so these elbow pieces are basically being used to make big giant chains. Interesting. So it looks like we're gonna do another chain assembly for the other side of the castle. So it looks like this side is going to do pretty much the same thing the other side did. So now that we know what it's doing, instead of building this as a 2x, I'm going to build this as a 4x and create my assembly accordingly, since I know what it's going to do at this point. It's kind of interesting seeing giant chains on the castle. I really was not expecting that. That's an interesting design choice. I like it. It's cool and unusual. So we push together the first link, we complete one link, and then we we assemble the other link uh, chained with this one. Like this. And then we just have to finish the anchor link. So that's on. And then we pull this up, and that will position the chains for this side. And then we have these little fire pieces to put on. So it looks like bag 9 is going to be the main gate of the castle based on this little inset picture. But before I go into 9, let me just show you. These are the big chains that we made. There's one on each foundation tower. And then these are the fire bits we just put on. 9 is going to be an assembly. So let me set the main base over there so we can focus on what we're doing here. And I am starting to get thirsty, so we may break after this bag or the next one. But we have momentum going right now, so I can wait on that drink for a little bit. All right, let's get building. And you know what? These bigger pieces, let's set off to the side so they're not in the way of searching for parts. There. Looks like some more lava flow is going on here. Okay. Stupid pop-up. Okay, yeah, this is going well. I just need to be able to concentrate on what I'm doing. Okay. All right, so these go on like this. All right, yeah, this is going well. I know I just went silent for a long time there. And it looks like I also moved the build behind the instructions. So you probably were looking at dead air for a couple minutes there. Sorry about that. But you can see this section of the castle is really starting to shape up and come together. And it hinges open like several of the Lego Mario buildings. We've seen the haunted house open on hinges like this. We've seen the castle. I think one of the Mario houses did this. I'm not sure about that. But Peach's castle did something like this, and the haunted house for sure. And I see an interesting printed tile in this parts pile. It's tiny, so I don't know if the camera will focus on it when the time comes. But I will definitely try to show it off when it is time to put it on the build. I'm guessing this is meant to be the main gatehouse section for the castle. It does hinge open. It's interesting how the main gate is the side that splits. Normally the gate is left intact and it opens from the back. Okay, so now we have some decorations for the inside of the castle. Interesting. This looks like a blueprint schematic for a bomb. Interesting decoration choice there. And this one looks like it's a map of Peach's castle, the surrounding Toad Village and gardens. Would make sense if Dry Bowser's planning an invasion and capture. Okay, so it has this one going here. This one going here. And this one over here. Oh, looks like he has a miniature replica of Peach's castle. We're building a mini model of Peach. So he is planning an invasion of Peach's castle. That's why we saw a map of the place and a schematic of a bomb. Dry Bowser's planning to invade. Interesting and not so subtle. Let me build this up because I got to show you this cute little printed tile that's part of this build here. It's basically a very miniature micro scale 1x1 version of the stained glass tile from the Peach Castle set. And we have here this blueprint schematic showing invasion plans. You can even see the airship in the corner. That's another set I have in the build queue. I have the Bowser train and the Bowser airship in my build queue. The very original Bowser Castle, I didn't get that set. That's one of the sets that I consider to be potentially redundant. But if I want to be a completionist, I'll have to get that set eventually. Probably after I get everything else. So here's the little Peach's Castle invasion model. Let's see if I can get a close up on that little tile. You can see the micro scale Peach stained glass tile on the model up there. That's pretty cute. And it's a nice Easter egg reference to another set. Lego does that often, but not all the time. And I'm not even going to try to show that on camera because it's so tiny. And there's a little opalescent gem going into this little treasure chest. It's a printed treasure chest piece we got here. And it's got... which means somewhere in the castle there's going to be a key tile. I remember this treasure chest can't... from another set that this treasure chest tile cannot be opened without a key. That's what the tile looks like. That's what the printed chest looks like. And there's a little crystal inside. And our little invasion scene goes here. And now the castle also gets little side towers. Not sure why these weren't added when we did the main bulk of the model, but they're on now. Yeah, it looks good. The Peach Castle mini model looks really good. Oh, it looks like this is a microscale model of the Bowser airships. We have the set featuring two of the minion airships. The actual Bowser airship, I have that set in the build queue, but is not opened yet. But yeah, this is definitely a microscale representation of one of the airships. Here's the little airship build. Interesting. And a little magnifying glass so Dry Bowser can read his invasion plan. Interesting. So here's the whole invasion plan assembly: castle, airship, blueprint, and of course the treasure. So this attaches to the inside of the gate like that. And then the gate closes around the scene like that, leaving the chest exposed in the main doorway. Interesting. So now we bring the main framework back. And from here, we're probably going to have to find a way to keep everything on screen at the same time. So yeah, this whole thing grooves into that opening there. And then I guess we just have pieces that secure it all in. Okay, I see how things are going to be. So as you open it, it's going to slide the whole model out. Interesting. But the system isn't secure yet. We have to finish putting these connections on. Okay, that's cool. So the whole center section of the castle slides out to reveal the invasion plan. All right. Bag 10. Lots of little spare bits left over from this one. Bag 10 looks like it's starting with another assembly, but at this point, I don't think I can move this very much. Yeah, it's not terribly structurally stable yet. So what I'll do is I'll move this main section over here behind the instructions for now. And we can, and that way I can keep as much of Bag 10's action on camera as possible. So I can see a printed key piece, so that must be the key that you need to unlock the chest here. We'll play with that later, after the interaction is assembled. I'm going to try and keep as much as I can on camera. Unfortunately, this table is now in clutter state. We'll see that sometimes with bigger sets. Oh, I forgot to break, even though I said I was going to do a stretch break. We'll do a stretch break at the end of this bag, because I don't like leaving parts piles on the table when I walk away. I always try and do my stretch breaks between bags. So there's a groove running along this section. So does that mean this section links up with the door mechanism? I guess we'll find out shortly. We just passed the 3-hour mark of stream, so we're doing well tonight. Time doesn't matter, like I said, but I like to keep a reference. It helps me predict the length of future streams of similar piece counts and build styles. It helps me plan better, is I guess what I'm trying to say. So I'm guessing this is going to be a totally unrelated sliding mechanism. Because it looks like this is the little section that's going to go into the other section we just started assembling. And look what we've got here. The CMF display stand piece. Always interesting to see that in a set. It's a combination of a plate and a tile. It's basically a tile, but it has a row of studs like a plate. And this one has a little turntable base going on. So it'll be interesting to see what this mechanism is going to do. And then there's a little gear that attaches to the turntable. And it rolls along the studs along the edge of the groove there. Now we're building something that's going to be put onto the gear. Oh, I did that incorrectly. I forgot a piece. Let's see if I can push that little piece out. Yes, I can. Alright. This little round plate was meant to go on there first, before the dome piece. Okay, I'm not sure what that little spinner is meant to be just yet. But it has us put this on top of the gate here. Okay, so this is going to be the ceiling of the little keep area. Interesting. And these pins are going to hold the assembly in place against what's already there. If I can get the pin to go through. And so now I have to secure the pin on the other side as well. Alright, so now that top section is secure. But so far the mechanism is disconnected from the one below it. I'm not sure if they're meant to be separate or run together. I guess we'll find out soon enough. Alright. yeah, when this parts pile is, when this bag is done, we're going to take a quick break. Believe it or not, it's been about 2 hours since the last one. We took the first break only about an hour into stream, give or take a little bit. I don't remember exactly when it was, but it was pretty early on. So yeah, we're due. Wait a minute, we're getting some Technic pieces on this assembly. Is this assembly meant to connect the upper with the lower? I don't think so, but I guess we'll just have to see what happens as we build on. My table went off center. It's not that huge a deal though. Interesting. This looks like it might be the beginnings of the Bowser face decoration. That's the main. That's one of the more prominent features of this castle design. Because that looks like a tooth and a fiery tooth and tongue area there. The shaping sure suggests that this is the part of that design. Okay. Some more pin work. go. Make sure everything lines up correctly so that the pins can attach like that. Interesting. There's all sorts of mechanism being built up right now. I just don't know what. Okay, so now it has us attach this section. So actually, what I thought was the front might actually be the back, and what I thought was the back might actually be the front. Which means his secret plans are even more well hidden, considering you have to open it up from the back in order to see them. Alright, how does this all attach? It attaches up here. I think. Yeah. And then the whole section hangs down like this. So that's how it attaches. This whole section we just put together, the lower, what looks like the lower part of a mouth, we just hung from the Technic up here. Apparently it's supposed to be up here. And there's these little roller bits that aren't really connected to anything yet. I'm just going to leave it in the down position where it's more stable until we see what things are going to happen here. Although we have this Technic piece connecting everything now, so get the tech bits on, and then we'll see if the connector does. So far that doesn't do anything yet. But, okay, that's cool. If you pull back on this top section, it releases the mouth like that. But the inner rollers aren't connected to anything yet. That's not even the full function, and it's kind of satisfying already. Obviously, we'll have to wait and develop it some more before we know what it's fully meant to do. So here is the key. Here's the key that's going to open that chest. And the key goes inside the little mouth section like that. And oh boy, there's a little 4x1 red plate here, which means I missed a step. Yeah, I see where I missed the step. Very carefully, I'm gonna fix this. I thought something didn't look quite right. All right, now that that's fixed, yeah. All right, let's take a very quick break. And I'll be back to finish the build with bag 11 when I return. I'll see you in a few minutes. I'm back, so let's go right into bag 11. We've reached a point where table clutter has become an issue, like it often does in with bigger sets. Okay, so we're building directly onto the build right now, so we actually want to be on camera a little bit. Let's see. Let's see how I can do this. It looks like bag 11 doesn't have too much in it. We should be able to breeze through the rest of this build. Alright, I think that's as good a spread as we're gonna have for now, so let's get right into it. Yeah, we're gonna leave the mouth section down. That way we don't drop it accidentally while building and making a distraction. Well, that's a long brick. This brick is 16 studs long. You don't see those every day. Interesting. I'm totally off camera right now. This is what happens sometimes with the bigger sets. Oh. Okay, so this section goes across the top like this and becomes the top of the frame for the castle. Okay, so we're strengthening the frame right now, putting on some finishing details. And then the next and final bag is where the full design of the castle really comes together. Where all these different action features are gonna finally link up, and we'll be able to see exactly how level is meant to be played. You won't be able to see most of what I'm doing right now. I'm turned away from the camera so that I can see what I'm doing. And also, we've reached a point in castle height where we're going above the top of the camera's range, unless I push all the way up to then, and that has its own issues if I do that. So, all right, where's the other bracket piece? It went under the whole build. Okay. Right now it's having me do some of this spiky detailing. I'll do my best to rearrange camera angles so I can show you how the castle looks as a whole once we're starting to put things together. I may turn the instructions off after we do the bag 12 part of the building for when we're actually doing the putting it all together. I may turn off the instructions view. I'll still be able to see the instructions, so I'll still be able to put it together correctly, but it'll give us some more camera space to work with if I turn the instructions off. So we're going to wait till the parts piles are done, and when we're doing the final assemblies is when I will turn off the instructions so you can get a better view of what I'm doing. Okay, and here it has us make a couple of little banners with the Bowser icon. This is what the banner looks like. I got to attach this one and then make one more. And it looks like that's the end of bag 11 already. So bag 12 is just the top part of the Bowser figurehead at the top of the castle. I don't remember if I showed you the banner or not, so here's the other one. And the banners are up, and it's time to open the final bag. And you probably can't really see anything I'm doing at this point. Let's do it like this, actually. Oof. Interesting. So it looks like what we're building up now is some of the shaping for the Bowser figurehead. Yeah, this is quite clearly meant to be a horn. So we're definitely going to have one for the other side. And no, you can't see what I just put on. Here, let me show you. Here's the first horn section that I'm just going to attach to the top of the castle here. And now I have to build the other horn. And here's the other horn. Um, Starting to get tired, but that's okay because we're in the last bag and stream's almost over. We're at the 4 hour mark now. We should be done by not too much longer. We will, of course, put everything together and see how this looks like fully assembled. that's supposed to be black. I know you can't really see what I'm doing right now. Quarters are very cramped right now. Okay, yeah. These Mario sets are cool because anytime Bowser and his minions get involved, um, there's they put their face on their various vehicles and buildings. The Bowser car has Bowser's face on it. The airships all have Bowser and the minions' faces on it. The Bowser train has Bowser's face on it. And here we are at Dry Bowser's castle. And what do you know? It's got Bowser's face on it. So that's a pretty cool running motif across all the villain sets in Lego Mario. Interesting. Be interesting to see what the... Oh, I see what's going on here. We're starting to get shapes that represent parts of Bowser's face. And now we're filling in some shaping as well. Um, and it isn't just a flat facade either. There's some dimensionality and layers to this assembly. Okay, that's a pretty good look there. I'll show you the assembly before I attach it, because this is some pretty cool stuff going together right now. Okay, here's the Bowser head that we're about to put on top of the castle. It's a pretty good look. Trying to see exactly how everything lines up on here. Okay, so the yellows line up. All right. So that goes on there like this. And then that attaches on like that. And now let's put the castle back. There's only a few pieces left, so let's put the castle back into where the camera is. And then there's the stability assemblies that I have to put together real quick. do one more of those little sections. And then we'll do final assemblies and see if there's anyone available to raid. This is a pretty cool this is a pretty cool build. I'm glad I chose this one for today. And then we will still don't know if this is supposed to be meant to connect to the other thing. So this shows how to connect everything together. So I'm going to turn the instructions off now. I'm going to set these little pieces off to the corner here. I'll turn this around and attempt. Now you can see the whole Bowser, almost the whole Bowser face on camera. I'm actually going to pull Toad. I'm going to pull the characters out of the way for right now. One more look at figure size Dry Bowser. And let's see. That's about as close to the camera as I can put him. There we go. Interesting. While I still have access to the keyboard, let's just go into my Twitch real quick. So we finished at just about 4 hours. Obviously, we still have to put everything together. My normals aren't on tonight. It's Sunday night. What was I expecting? Heavenly's on, we might raid her. But if John Lee is doing... No, John Lee is just on his piano video loop. I think we're going to end up going... Who's Melissa Brett? There's some names here that I don't remember who they are. Like, I followed them because a channel I was listening to one day raided into them, and they sounded good. The question is, how far? Oh, Melissa Brett Music just started stream. I think that's going to be our raid. Because I know they'll still be going after these last few minutes of building. So let's go ahead and start putting things together here. I need this tower. And then this tower is supposed to attach to this side of the castle on this plate like this. And then this tower just attaches this. And wow, we're already longer than the table. We can go diagonally to save face here. Diagonally should secure us on the table. We're going to lose the very top bits of the castle, though. That's how big this thing is. And then we need our little weightlifter assembly. And that'll go in the back like that. And we need our little punching bag. So yeah, you can't see the little weightlifter assembly or the punching bag because they're in the back of the castle. Now I need the crane. And the crane goes behind the tower on this side. And shoot. When this piece fell off earlier, I put it back the wrong way. Now I can attach the crane as intended. Okay, so the crane is now attached. Do I have things on the wrong plane of existence here? I might have things not layered properly here. Hold on. Yeah, no, I'm not layered properly. That's not what I meant to do. These are actually meant up to be, these are meant to line up farther back. Here on this level. So let me do the same fix over here on this side. Yeah, this is how they're supposed to be layered, like this, a little bit farther back. So now if I come here, now this should let me attach it properly as intended. And also by layering it back, we actually get the length to fit within the length of the table, which is a good thing. So now we take the cage and we hang the cage behind the castle. on the crane, like that. You can see the cage hanging from the crane assembly now. It says to put Toad in the cage. We'll do that in a minute. We have one more little platform coming off the side here. Oh wait, that's coming off the front. Okay then. I need to see what I'm doing real quick. I think it has it going here. No, wrong place. Has it going here, but in front of the lava flow. And this is where we put our little Magmar platform. And the bone, it shows the Bone Goomba up on the right tower here. So yeah, you can press that down and knock over the Goomba to jump on his thing. I do want him secured on the studs though, for purposes of the display. And then we have our bone piranha plant going up. How exactly is this meant to be positioned? So he goes over the tag like this. So yeah, if Mario hits the catapult, Piranha goes flying, and he can jump on the tile to get the coin. I think it's how that interaction's meant to happen. So the Piranha plant is on. And then Bowser is off to the side in the picture. And I have another brick here, which means I once again missed a step somewhere. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I'm just looking to see if I can identify the missing piece that I see in my, if I forgot to put a piece on anywhere. If I did, it would be on the front here. You know what? The brick separator, we're done with it. We can take it off. Now, I'm not seeing anywhere where I obviously missed a piece. It must just have been an extra then. Okay. Let's see if I can get this. Let's see how well I can get this set up on camera. We'll set up all the stuff. We're not going to be able to get good camera views of everything. One character. Let's use Mario. Because we used Luigi the little bit we used for interactions before. Let me clear the spare bits out. Let's set all the traps. We need to put Toad in the cage. And we'll put Dry Bowser himself in the back behind the key trap, so Mario has to fight him to get to see the plan. We'll set him there. And we will raise the trap. Closing up the mouth. And now we got as much of the castle in view as possible. Let's... Is his battery dead? He's not turning on.
Lego Luigi time. Bye bye. Lego Mario time.
He was just glitching out for a bit. Okay, he's fine. So Mario approaches the castle. He has a run-in with Magmar and takes a coin. He comes along and he realizes he has to go inside the castle to do anything else, because all the other activators are inside the castle in the back. So he'll come along to where Goomba is standing and defeats the Goomba. He'll do the same for the Piranha Plant. He has to defeat the Piranha Plant. Now he can go lift weights in Bowser's gym. This one's a little hard to actuate. And now he could go next to the weights and go to the punching bag. And as he comes to the gym, he notices Toad in a cage. So he climbs up on the... He goes back up to the Goomba Tower so he can climb up to the crane and release the cage. Hold on, because I'm having other technical issues now. You can see I'm bumping all sorts of stuff by accident here. Let's get Bowser back where he's meant to be. So Mario's on the cage, and he releases the cage so that Toad can hop out. So Mario goes into the cage to grab the teamwork reward from Toad. And now Mario goes to face Bowser, who is behind the castle. And I can't really turn the camera around for this, can I? Shoot. Okay. So, we're going to pretend. So, Bowser is now here, and Mario's going to come fight him and jump on him 10 times. Bowser is defeated, which allows Mario to climb back here. And I jammed the machine apparently by setting it incorrectly. So Mario comes up here and releases the key. He sees the box below Bowser, of course, but he can't do anything with it. So he comes to get the key, and now he can come down. And I know you can't see any of this, but so he opens the treasure chest, gets his coins, and in doing so, he realizes Bowser's plan to invade Peach's castle. Yeah, I'm not going to turn this around. Let me just reset everything for the exit scene. With a few key differences here being, I'm going to make Toad more, and Mario and Bowser more visible. I think what we'll do is we'll open mouth Bowser, the castle, and then we'll have Bowser come here and sit in the forward position. Does that work? Ish. Bowser sitting inside the mouth of the big facade. No, that's not really working. Okay, so let's, instead of doing it that way, so the Bone Goomba and the Bone Piranha Plant and Magmar are visible by virtue of facing out front. So we'll put, there's not much going on in this corner, so we'll put the boss fight in this corner. And we'll have Toad watching from inside the cast. Can we do that? No, he's not really visible. Can we have Toad up here? Yeah, there we have it. So we have Toad watching from inside the mouth. And I know it's not the best exit arrangement, but given the space I got, I think we did pretty well. So let's call it. Let me set up the raid and we'll be out of here. Oh, I need to be able to get to my keyboard to set up a raid, right? Four and a half hours. By the time I get this raid set, will be 4.5 hours, including the splash screen time and maybe break.
no one else showed up in that brief little bit. So Melissa Brett music. Like I said, I don't really know her show. I just remember her being really good. So let me try to type this in. This is hard to do when I can't see the or when I can't see the keyboard and I have to reach around. So okay, so the raid is created. This was a really fun Lego Mario build. I have plenty more Lego Mario in the queue. Have a good night. I'll have more Lego soon, and I will see you soon. And I am planning some game streams this week, so. Oh, and Brett's schedule opened up suddenly, so we should be seeing some more of him, some more collaborations with him, and we'll finally be able to finish London as well soon too. So have a good night, and I will see you soon.